Welcome in, everybody. Happy Monday, everybody. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Monday. Hi, Manly. Hi, Buttered Waffles. How you doing? Welcome in. Thank you, Lost Sister. I really appreciate that. Right, Robin? Buttered Waffles is a great name. Buttered Waffles, people over on TikTok are complimenting your screen name. They love it. Hi, Spooky Chocolatey Chief. How you doing? Oh, wait. Spooky Chole Chief. I said chocolatey. Welcome in. I hope you feel better soon, Robin. Sorry you're not feeling well. Hi, Lady Rose. Hi, Deborah. Mary, let me check the other phone. I have a gift phone so I can see them. Hold on. Yes. You know, I've only seen that pumpkin carriage like 3 or 4 times ever. Thanks, Mary. I have 3 different devices watching the live, and one of them I have swiped over so that if I miss a gift, I can open the phone and see it, because sometimes when I'm sharing it out and stuff, I can't see it. So I respond sometimes way delayed because I have a system to like not miss them. Because if you swipe up and you like go check your text messages, anything that happens on TikTok live while you're in there, when you come back, all of the gifts like pile onto the screen and you don't miss them. So I kind of like have a little cheat. Oh, you're so sweet, Mary. Thank you so much. Thank you for using your hard-earned money. That's so generous of you, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Plus, I've only seen that pumpkin carriage a couple times. Thanks, Lemons, for your heart me. Hi, Misty. Hi, Justin. Hi, Lindy. Welcome in, guys. Happy Monday. Hi, Kim. Monday's new story day. And if you guys could do me a big favor, could you hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner? And there is a yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts my live into your friend's FYP. And it helps us grow this beautiful porch. You loved it, Kim. Thanks. I'm so glad. I don't want to say any spoilers, so I'm not going to give it away yet, but I'm glad you loved it. Thank you for your heart, me, Michelle. Jackie, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Happy Monday, everybody. And thank you for reposting and sharing and tapping. And if you are new here, we start about 10:30 with the first story once I get story requests. And with that, you guys can write your story requests that you would like to. Aw, thanks, Kim. You're so sweet. I love you. She's such a good friend. Feel free to write your requests in the all capital letters in the chat. So for what stories you'd like to hear tonight. And I'll write them down and then we'll vote. Morgan, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Leslie, thanks for your heart me. You know what? I agree, Rochelle. I was just thinking that today. I cannot believe it's already June. My mind is blown. Like, what? Can it slow down, please? Jeez. Okay, Michelle. Yeah, it's called The Tale of the Twisted Claw, but close enough. Oh, James, your birthday's tomorrow? Happy early birthday. Leslie, I will forever love that you call it the amulet. You're so cute. Hi, Anna. Don't be sorry, lovely. I love that you call it that. It's so cute, and I wish I had called it that. It's just called the carved stone, but the amulet sounds so much cooler. That's a way better title. That's why I love that you call it that. Thank you, Joe. Thanks, Joanne. I appreciate it. Hi, Graham. How you doing? Thanks for your heart me, Taylor. Thank you for the corn. Amber, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Okay, you guys, welcome in. If you're new here, my name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore, and I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I am here every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. Thanks, Suzanne. Thank you, Simone. Thanks, Jennifer. I do write and record all these stories myself, and if you like them, you can listen to them on my YT channel, as well as all of the podcast streaming sites whenever you would like. Just look for Porch Lore, and you can find me. Also, all the links are in my bio. And if I'm going to set up the first poll for us to vote for the first story. Hi, Guinevere. And hi, Convicted Chaos, thanks for the heart me. If you guys could do me a big favor while I'm setting up the first poll, if you could hit that share arrow in the bottom right hand corner. There's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs. And it helps us grow our beautiful porch. And welcome, happy Monday. Sit back and relax. Grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock. Check out the shooting stars in the sky, and welcome to the porch. And yes, Fitzy, is it Fitzy? Yeah, there's a new story. I usually read the new story around midnight, but there is a new story every Monday. You got the interview on Sycamore Street? I love that, Winnie. Hi, Jade. Hi, Justin. Misty, it's good to see you in here. I miss you. Hi, Yaya. Oh, you guys, Suzanne just sent a super fan box. If you guys look in the top left-hand corner, there's a little treasure box. Thank you, Suzanne. You guys, they updated TikTok Studio, and now I can actually see who sends the boxes again. And now I can actually see some of the gifts. So that's a nice update for a change. Yes, Better Men's Society. That's exactly what I do here. I tell spooky bedtime stories. And yes, there is a super fan box in the top left-hand corner. It is underneath that stupid hot pink banner that tells when people get universes, because they still haven't fixed that design flaw. So there it is. Grab it. Hopefully there won't be a banner over it when it's time to open it. And thanks, Jade. Hi, Gotham. Hi, Joker. All right, you guys, I'll be right back with the first poll for us to vote. Welcome to the porch. Yeah, literally, Misty. Grab it if you can see it, because this app's ridiculous. Hi, Linda. Thank you, Deborah. Okay, guys. The first poll is ready. We have the crawl space. Congrats, Kim. Kim got the box. Yay! The stickers are yours. Mwah. You so deserve it, Kim. You so deserve it. Suzanne, thanks for sending that. You're so sweet. All right, you guys. The poll's ready. We have the crawl space versus the Tale of the Twisted Claw, which is a Are You Afraid of the Dark reworking. Hi, Vampy. We also have the Snowbound Creeper. We also have the Librarian. And we have Lep Castle. You can vote in the top left-hand corner. There is a blue box. And you can vote up to 50 times apiece. And we have the Crawl Space, the Twisted Claw, which is an Are You Afraid of the Dark reworking. We have the Snowbound Creeper, the Librarian, and Lep Castle. Who's it gonna be? Oh my God, you did? Do you love it? Do you love it? Which one did you get again? Susan, thank you for the clapping gift. That's cute. And the winner is The Tale of the Twisted Claw, which is, oh my God, that's so cute. Michelle, I wanted to see what he looked like. I almost made him in my goal. He's so cute. Thanks, Michelle. All right, you guys. This is an Are You Afraid of the Dark reworking. So welcome in. Sit back and relax. Grab a beanbag chair. Grab a hammock. And welcome to the porch. And if you guys could do me a big favor while I set up the next story, could you hit that share arrow in the bottom right hand corner? And there is a yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs. And it helps us grow our beautiful porch. Hi, perfect wife. Hi, poisonous. Hi, Dafty Pants. All right, guys, I'll be right back with the tale of the Twisted Claw. Hi, Andrew. Thank you for the cozy cryptid, perfect wife, and the populars. And Lemons, thanks for the populars earlier. Hi, Tommy. Good. You're almost home? I'm sorry, you guys. They changed TikTok Studio a lot today. Like, they literally updated it today. So it's just going to take me a couple extra minutes than it usually does because they moved stuff around and they keep adding extra clicks than they used to. So it's just slowing down my process a little bit, but I will get the hang of it. But yeah, right, Kim? It's weird. It's thank you. It's different. And they keep popping up shit everywhere. And like, it keeps making me click extra clicks, so it's taking longer. I have like a process, you know? So I'm sorry if I'm a little slower tonight, you guys, but I will get the hang of the new update. Just give me some patience, thanks. Hi, Dennis, welcome in. I'm just changing the background and pulling up the script, and I'm about to start a story. So grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, sit back and relax. Welcome to the porch. Misty. Hi, Zertfest. Welcome in. TikTok Studio literally just popped a thing up and asked me to post a live highlight while it's still fresh. Are they serious? In the middle of I've been live for 30 minutes and it just asked me if I wanted to post a live highlight. Like, I don't need this extra pop-up shit. What is this doing? I'm gonna have to change some settings when I'm done. Because they have lost their minds. Thank you, guys. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the Twisted Claw. Thank you, Annette. Thank you, Lily. Hi, Drew. Mischief Night had changed over the years, at least on the surface. The smashed pumpkins and toilet paper trees. Thank you, Kathmandu. Were mostly gone now, replaced by nostalgic jokes and social media posts about how things used to be. Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you, Mary. But the night itself hadn't softened. The air still carried that same sharp October bite, and the darkness still felt heavier than it should. Kevin and Dougie had reached an age where they were supposed to be past this kind of thing. Both were in their 30s, long past the point where wandering the neighborhood on October 30th made sense. But tradition has a strange gravity to it. It pulls harder the older you get, especially when life starts to feel repetitive and dull. They had grown up together on the same street, and they drifted apart for a while. And then they drifted back when neither of their lives turned out the way they had expected. Kevin had always been the instigator. Restless, dissatisfied, always chasing the feeling that something better was just around the corner. Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you, Jane. Dougie, by contrast, had learned how to live quietly. He worked a steady job, paid his bills, and tried not to think too much about all the things that he had never done. And every mischief night since high school, Kevin had texted Dougie the same message. Sometimes Dougie ignored it. This year, for reasons he couldn't fully explain, he didn't. They weren't out to vandalize anything. Their real motivation was hard to define. It was a need to feel free and reckless again. A need to prove that time hadn't completely sanded them down into responsible, forgettable adults. They walked the neighborhood they'd grown up in, hands shoved into jacket pockets, passing houses that looked smaller than their memory remembered. Decorations flickered on porches. Plastic skeletons grinned from lawns. And everything felt performative, controlled. And that was when Kevin steered them toward the edge of Anchor Street. Miss Clove's house still sat there, unchanged, like a mistake no one wanted to correct. The rest of the street had modernized over the years. Fresh siding, new windows, security lights. But her place remained hunched and sagging, its roofline uneven, its porch warped and dark. No decorations, no lights, no signs of life. As kids, they had dared each other to touch the gate at the end of her walkway. As teenagers, they'd sworn they saw movement in the upstairs window. And as adults, they told themselves it was just an abandoned property that no one bothered to tear down. Thank you, Lily. Thank you, Mary. Kevin saw opportunity where Dougie felt warning. The plan was stupid, small, a harmless prank, a way to say they'd done something on mischief night. Even if it amounted to nothing more than a story that they could laugh about later. Thank you, Mary. They approached the porch quietly, the boards groaning beneath their weight. The front window reflected their shapes back at them, warped and indistinct. And inside, something shifted. Not footsteps, not breathing, just the sense that the house had noticed them. The sound startled Kevin enough that he stepped back and his elbow clipped a ceramic planter near the door. Thanks, Suzanne. It shattered against the porch with a sharp final crack. The noise echoed down the street. They didn't wait to see if anyone came out. They left, laughing, adrenaline buzzing through their veins. Thank you, Jennifer. But the laughter thinned the further they got, replaced by an unease that lingered long after they went their separate ways for the night. Halloween arrived, cold and gray. Kevin showed up at Dougie's place that evening wearing the same half-hearted costume he'd recycled for years. Dougie hadn't dressed up at all. He hadn't planned on going out. The night before had already left him unsettled. Thank you, Mary. Kevin, as always, refused to let that stand, and they ended up back on Anchor Street as the sky darkened. Miss Clove's house waited in silence. The broken planter was gone. and the porch was clean. No sign of any disturbance. The door opened before either of them touched it. It was Miss Clove. She was smaller than memory suggested, her frame bent with age. Her eyes were sharp, though, and aware. The house behind her smelled of old wood and a burning fire, and she welcomed them in as though she had been expecting company. Inside, objects crowded the shelves and walls, many of them unrecognizable charms and trinkets. Things that looked handmade and magical. Miss Clove moved to the cabinet near the fireplace and retrieved something wrapped in a yellowed cloth. When she unfolded it, the object was a claw. She offered it to them. She said the claw carried the power to bend circumstances, to nudge fate. Thank you, Sandy. To grant wishes, if one was foolish enough to make them. They didn't believe her, but they took it just to humor the old woman, and then they left. Kevin laughed it off, already dismissing the encounter as an eccentric old woman leaning into the season. But Dougie couldn't stop looking at the claw in Kevin's hand. The longer he stared at it, the more it seemed wrong. And Kevin made his first wish casually, barely even thinking about it. He wished that the night would be over. He wanted to be home. He wanted the obligation of Halloween behind him. The claw shifted. Just slightly, but enough to be unmistakable. It moved. They were home minutes later. The following days unraveled, gently at first. Small things, coincidences that leaned too heavily into Kevin's favor. Annoyances that vanished the moment he complained about them. Each time the claw moved, and each time something else paid the price. Thank you, Trisha. A coworker injured, a stranger hospitalized. A chain of cause and effect that always ended somewhere unpleasant but far removed from him. But Kevin refused to acknowledge the pattern. Dougie was the one who understood. Some objects were never meant to improve lives. They existed to teach restraint or punishment. The final wish wasn't for wealth or power or escape. It was for correction, for reversal, for the night on Anchor Street to have never happened at all. The world folded inward, and when Dougie came back to himself, everything was normal. No claw, no strange gaps in memory. Kevin laughed about a boring Halloween that hadn't lived up to his expectations. But the house on Anchor Street was gone. In its place stood an empty lot, overgrown and fenced off, with a small sign posted near the curb. Condemned, unsafe, scheduled for development. Interesting. The next year, as October returned once more, Dougie had a knock on his front door. And when he opened it, he found something wrapped in a familiar yellowed cloth on his doorstep. And inside rested the claw. And off in the distance, down the street, he heard an old woman laughing. And that's the tale of the Twisted Claw. That is a reworking of an Are You Afraid of the Dark episode. And welcome in, Antiana. How are you? Welcome in, everybody. If you're new here, my name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I'm here every night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. And yes, Joker, it's a very famous story. Monkey paw, twisted claw. That's very old folklore. It's actually originates in Asia. Thank you, Pixie. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, Whitney. That's annoying. And if you like these stories, I do write and record them all myself, and they are all available on my YT channel as well as all of the podcast streaming sites. Just look for Porch Lore and you will find me. And all of the links are also in my bio. Mary won the tapathon. Yeah, I did, Anna. I responded. I checked them out. So cute. You did such a good job. All right, you guys, I'm going to set up the next poll for us to vote. And if you guys could do me a big favor while I'm setting that up, if you could hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner, there is a yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs. And it helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours. It helps so much. And sharing to your stories and with your friends all helps. Thank you, Khaleesi, for the cozy cryptids and populars. Thank you, Jess, for the hand hearts. I will be right back with the next poll. Thanks, Venus. I'll be right back with the next poll. Welcome to the porch. Happy Monday. Okay, you guys, thank you for helping me with my gift gallery. Thank you, Lily. Thank you, Khaleesi. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, you guys, the next poll is ready. Hi, Sparkle Tree. All right, we have The Tale of the Carved Stone, or as Leslie likes to call it, which is a way cooler title, The Amulet, which is an Are You Afraid of the Dark reworking again. We also have The Drowned Bell. We have The Hitchhiker, which is actually my favorite story. We have The Appalachian Trail Shelter, which is also called The Names in the Logbook. And we have The Baker Hotel. Oh wait, whoops, I added too many. Hold on. And we have The Baker Hotel. All right, so you can vote in the top left-hand corner. There's a blue box. And we have The Carved Stone, which is an Are You Afraid of the Dark reworking. We have The Drowned Bell. We have The Hitchhiker. We have The Appalachian Trail Shelter. And we have The Baker Hotel. Who's it gonna be? Lily, thank you for the cowboy hats. Thanks for helping me with my gallery. Thank you, Simone, for the dolphin. Annette, thank you for the cozy cryptid. And Deborah, thank you for the cute thumbs up. Hi, Diva Deals. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Gigi. And the winner is The Tale of the Carved Stone. Oh my gosh, Diva Deals. Yes, I love that you got one, but I will warn you this. Do not turn it up very high because it will put you in tap jail. And I know that sounds crazy, but it'll stop counting your taps and the number won't be the same. And then it'll stop counting taps. So I put mine at like 4 or 5 at the most and give it a whirl. Start slow because I know people who put theirs on like 100 when they first started and they got put in tap jail and then none of your taps count. So FYI. Yeah, I know. And you know what? None of us knew that either, Diva Deals. We all found out the hard way. We all found out by getting put in tap jail. So spreading the word to you. How many tabs? I have 75.4. Misty said, yes, we did. We sure did. You still get locked out at 86,000? Really? You specifically, or what do you mean? Anybody? Oh no, I do want a lot of taps, Bethany. I do. I was just telling her she has a tapper, and I was telling her not to set it too high because it can get you in trouble because they think you're a robot, and it happened to all of us. I definitely want lots of taps, but I don't want you guys to be put in tap jail. Yeah, but Don, some people listen and aren't watching the chat, and they put the tapper on while they're doing other things to listen to my stories and still hap with taps. So it's not always about their thumb. So what happens, Lorna, is it just doesn't count your taps until you like swipe out and close out the app and wait a few minutes, and then it starts counting them again. It's not really a big deal. 86,000, really, Noah guy? Because I've gotten over 1 million taps in this live like 3 times. Hi, Skrilla. Hello. Oh, you have to wait 10 minutes. Okay, so you have to wait 10 minutes if you get put in tap jail. Anna Marie, a tapper. It's like a device you can put on your phone that taps the screen for you, so you don't have to hold the phone the whole time or hurt or tire your hand. Like if you're doing other things. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Kim. This is also true. I didn't want to say it out loud, but this is true. But too high, I would say, is like 100 or something. I think 5 is okay. Oh, I get what you mean, Noah guy. If you don't have that many people, it thinks you're faking it. Is that what I get it? That makes a lot of sense. You max at 10. Okay, thanks, Noah guy. I appreciate your insights. How do you have yours set to incognito? What does that even mean? Mine's really low. Oh, Lily. Oh my God. Yeah. Leslie Marie said set it to 15. Yeah, I saw that, Misty. I saw that they have wireless ones now. Yeah, Angie. I have one in my showcase if you guys want to look at it. It's the old school one that I have, but it's like they have newer, cooler ones now. But I didn't want to put one in there that I haven't. Like I actually have tried the one that I put in my showcase. So if you guys want to see what I'm talking about at least. But it really helps. Support your friends' lives. Like, because like especially like Kim saying, Kim's on for 6 hours and we watch fun, spooky shows. I'll put her on my MagSafe stand so I can see her while I'm like doing work on my computer and I can listen, and then I put the tapper on so the phone's still visible to me but I'm not holding it. Does that make sense? And so you can support your friends and get other stuff done. And especially for people in here who sleep or do other, try to listen while they're doing things. It's a helpful little gadget. Robin, because they will only get you faking it if it's too high because they think you're like a robot farm. If you set it to a right amount, it mimics the amount of speed a human could do it. They don't want you to use one that does more than what a human could do, right? Like level 5 is like if you were a spaz using all 5 fingers tapping, you could achieve speed 5. Does that make sense? Once it's to the higher speeds, no human could do that. So they can tell it's like out of human capability. Does that make sense? So you can use it to the normal human speed, I guess. But there are robot farms. Like, I know people who used to use them to get their YT channels monetized, and I thought it was really unfair. And, but to each their own. Anyway, the winner is the carved stone, Leslie. This was your request. Is Leslie still in here? Leslie. Yeah, Lovely says, I've been doing laundry, changing the bed while I listen. Thanks, Ramen. Hi, JK. Justin, I didn't even see it. You'll have to pin it. I didn't see it. Okay, I'll be right back with the carved stone. I don't think Leslie's in here anymore, and this was her request, so I'm gonna have to invite her again. And Jade, if you're still in here, could you invite Leslie Fines again? Too? Oh, thanks. Love you. You're so on top of it, Jade. Thanks. Thank you, Edaman A. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome to the porch. And while I'm setting up the next story, if you guys could do me a favor, and if you guys could hit that share arrow in the bottom right hand corner, there is a little yellow circle that has 2 arrows chasing each other. And it says repost. Justin, you're ridiculous. And it says repost, and that puts my live in your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours. Are you Z-Ride? I love that. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Thank you for posting it out and sharing it. I'll be right back with the tale of the carved stone. Oh, thanks, Allison. It's a different Leslie. We have 2 Leslies in here. Yes, Holly, I agree. I sure do. I sure do. Oh, I see, Joker. If you have 3,000 tabs. Okay. That's interesting. Thanks for the info. Oh, thanks, Michelle. Robin, she calls it an amulet. Hi, April. Hi, LK. Yep, I'm just switching things back here and I'll start in any minute. No, I like that one too, Robin. That's a good one too. Talisman is cool too. Is that necklace what I keep my heart in? Oh, Skrilla. It is 11/11. Happy 11/11. Sorry, you guys. This new studio update is weird. Michelle, you would think so, right? That time, no. That time was just, it like didn't stop the mouse from selecting it. It was very weird. But guess what, you guys? I didn't get a puzzle piece last night. It's the first time ever. First time ever. Like what? Bizarre. You usually get it every night at 12:30, and I didn't get it last night. Hi, Whitney. What do you mean? Did you get banned? You wouldn't be in here if you were banned. What are you talking about? Rochelle. Oh, Frenchies, I'm so glad I could become part of your bedtime story. Misty, thanks for the sing together. And Tara, thanks for the hand hearts. Oh, Dawn sent corn. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Palace Society. This is the tale of the carved stone. Also, you guys, just because I don't respond to every single comment doesn't mean you're blocked or muted. The chat goes really fast and there's almost 400 people in here. And I'm working on 3 different streaming devices with 5 different screens. So just a reminder that if I miss your comments, that doesn't mean you're muted or we can't see you. I'm just doing 30,000 things behind the scenes, and I try very hard to keep up with them, but I do miss comments sometimes. And Lorna, don't worry about it. If you can't tap, don't worry about it at all. Just sit back and relax. Thank you, Kristen. Welcome in. Yes, Whitney, we can see your comments, boo. We can see you. James, that's okay. That's why I like to remind you guys. Yeah, I can see you, Whitney. Hi, Luke. Welcome to the porch. Glad to have you here. If your whole chat is blank, then you probably just need to restart your phone or like the app or something, because that's really strange. Aw, thank you, girl gnarly. That's so kind. Everybody welcome in Luke, new porch pal. Hello from France. Oh my gosh, I love France. Hello, Yoda Yoda. Bonjour. Bonjour. Hi, Kyonix. How are you? All right, we'll redo the intro. We got a lot of people coming in, so. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the carved stone. Hi, Sarah from Belgium. Welcome in. Tanisha, you are so funny. Hello, Cecilia. I didn't mean to find it. I wasn't searching for ancient power, and I wasn't even chasing folklore. I was just trying to unpack my life. The house on Maple Lane had been sitting on the market for years. Too old, too narrow, too much history packed into the walls. Most buyers wanted open concept kitchens and clean lines. But I wanted quiet. I wanted distance. I wanted something that felt solid. The realtor called it charm. What she meant was dust. The attic hadn't been touched in decades. That much was obvious the first time I pulled the folding ladder down and climbed into the stale insulated heat. The air tasted like paper and insulation. Boxes lined the beams. Old trunks sat pushed against the far wall, their locks rusted into place. The smallest trunk was the one that drew me. It wasn't ornate. It wasn't glowing or whispering. It just sat there, plain and narrow, wrapped in leather straps that had dried into stiff, cracked ribbons. When I forced it open, the hinges screamed like they hadn't moved in decades. Inside, buried beneath moth-eaten fabric, was a necklace. The chain was black and silver, thick but delicate at the same time. And at its center hung a carved stone. Obsidian, maybe. Oval-shaped and smooth, except for the intricate symbols etched into the surface. Not decorative symbols, these looked like intentional ones. They looked ancient, precise, measured. There's Leslie, she's back. I told myself it was just old jewelry, something left behind by the previous owners. I even considered taking it to a jeweler to see if it was worth anything. Instead, I put it on. There's a particular kind of silence that settles into an old house at night. It's layered and lonely. Wood contracts, pipes sigh, walls adjust. Every sound feels amplified. And the first time it happened, I was standing in the upstairs hallway brushing my teeth. The bathroom mirror was narrow and slightly warped, probably original to the house. And I remember looking at my reflection and thinking that I looked older than I felt. The stone was resting against my chest and it grew warm. The mirror rippled. That's the only word I can think for it. The glass didn't crack, it didn't shatter, it just softened. The reflection blurred and then deepened as if the mirror had become a window submerged in dark water. I didn't move. But there's a strange paralysis that comes when you're witnessing something impossible. Your brain stalls trying to categorize it. Dream, hallucination, stress. The hallway behind me is what changed first. The wallpaper shifted color. The light fixtures simplified. The air itself seemed heavier. I reached out and my fingers passed through. And then I wasn't in my hallway anymore. I was standing in the same house, but it wasn't mine. The furniture, the oil lamps, the framed portrait of a man in a military uniform dated 1917. I moved carefully, my footsteps muted against rugs that hadn't existed minutes before. The back bedroom held a narrow iron bed and a woman whose skin had taken on the gray translucence of someone very close to death. Her eyes were open, but unfocused, and I felt like an intruder. The woman's eyes locked mine, and then her breathing stopped. But the woman didn't. Her chest just no longer moved, but her eyes shifted slowly, looking at me. The stone around my neck pulsed once, and the mirror in the hallway shimmered again, visible even from the bedroom doorway. And I didn't wait. I ran and I stumbled back through. And I collapsed onto the bathroom tile, gasping like I'd been underwater too long. And then the mirror was solid glass again. The hallway restored. Over the next week, I tested it carefully. And every time I stood before a mirror with the necklace resting against my chest and I allowed myself to focus, the surface would respond. Each time the house remained constant, but the years just changed. Oh, thank you, Girl Gnarly. In the 1940s, there were blackout curtains covered the windows, and radios murmured about war. In the 1970s, the house smelled of cigarette smoke and spilled whiskey. In the late 1800s, a man in clerical robes stood in the attic, holding the stone before my tall standing mirror. He wasn't praying. He was binding something. The air around him writhed, and when he pressed the stone against the mirror, the glass darkened. But then he smiled, and I understood. The necklace didn't grant travel, it anchored something. And every time I stepped through, I wasn't just observing the past. I was giving it access to the present, thinning whatever barrier the original owner had worked to reinforce. The final time was not intentional. I woke to the sound of glass cracking, and every mirror in the house vibrated with a low resonant hum. The stone burned against my chest, and the hallway mirror bowed inward as if something were pressing against it from the other side. Thank you, Spiker Mom. And through the warped surface, I saw them. Not ghosts, not figures, absences. Negative shapes. Behind them stood the cleric from the attic. Thank you, Spiker Mom. Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, Crafter Girl. Thanks, Lily. Behind them stood the cleric from the attic. His eyes met mine with something like triumph. And I realized he had never meant to trap them. He had meant to feed them. Every visit, every crossing, every witness widening the seam. The mirror fractured outward and I tore the necklace from my throat. The house shook with a sound. I ran to the attic and I hurled the stone back into the trunk and I slammed the lid, wrapping the leather straps tight around it. The mirrors went still and the hum faded, and the house returned to silence. The trunk is still in the attic and I haven't opened it again, and I won't. And I know something on the other side remembers me, and it knows how the door works now. It just needs me to open it one more time. And that's the tale of the carved stone. Thank you, Valerie. Oh my gosh, Valerie, thank you so much for helping me with my gift gallery. And thank you, Dawn and Ramen. Thank you, guys. That was an Are You Afraid of the Dark reworking. Thanks, Rochelle. And thank you, Leslie, for requesting that one. Thank you so much, you guys. And Don, thank you for the cozy cryptids. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for your generosity. Welcome in, everybody. If you're new here, my name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I am here every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. Thank you, Leslie. That's so cute. Robin sent me corn. Hi, Sherry. I missed you last night. How you doing, cutie? We miss you when you're not here, Sherry. Congratulations, Anna. Chomp the corn. Oh my gosh. Holly, I've never even seen that. Barrelicious Sunday. Holly, thanks. That was so cute. Oh my God, I've never even seen that one. That was adorable. Thanks. Hi, Metro Boomin. How you doing? I thank you, Leslie, for the cozy cryptids. You guys are the best. Yeah, that was so cute, Holly. Thank you. That was a good one. All right, you guys. I also, if you are new here, I do write and record all these stories myself, and you can listen to them whenever you would like on my YT channel, as well as all of the podcast streaming sites. Just look for Porch Lore and you will find me. I also do have all the links in my bio on TT. Thank you for the paper crane, Sherry, and the Chicago pizza, and the thumbs up. Thank you, Jerry. Both Porch Lady, hello. I read, and in between the stories, I chat, and I set up the next poll for us to vote, and then they vote on the next story, and then I read them. So that's how it goes. But all the stories I am reading live are on a Bedtime Stories playlist on my YT channel. For people who don't like the chat and just want to hear the stories, that's also an option. I just read them over here live. Hi, Faye. Yeah, welcome in, Porch Lady. She's been here before, right? You've been here a couple of times, Porch Lady. All right, you guys. I'm going to set up the next poll for us to vote for the next story. Yeah, that's what I thought, Porch Lady. And if you guys could do me a big favor while I'm setting up the next poll for us to vote. Oh, you do, Tam Bam? I love that. Thanks. And Sherry, thanks for the adorable cardinal. I love that one. He's so cute and happy. Tanya, thank you for the cozy cryptids. All right, you guys, while I'm setting up the next poll, you're so funny, Feynor. While I set up the next poll, she's also not new here, Sherry. Feynor's pretending she's not new. Anyway, while I'm setting up the next poll, if you guys could do me a big favor and hit that share arrow in the bottom right hand corner. There is a yellow circle with two arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs. And it helps us grow this beautiful porch. Oh, that's why you did the kinky face. Oh, okay, Sherry, sorry. And thank you for resharing, reposting, all the good things. Thank you for all the taps. And I will be right back with the next poll for us to vote. Happy Monday. Welcome to the porch. Metro, thank you for the cozy cryptids. And Sherry, thanks for the populars. And DX, thank you for the cozy cryptid. Hi, Rachel. Justin. All right, you guys. Oh, it says the poll's under review. I hate when it says that. 1 second. Okay, it still says it's under review, so we're just gonna have to wait a second. Because that's so annoying. Justin, you're so funny. You're so funny. Yay, 200K. Thank you guys so much for all the taps. You guys are the best. You know what we're going to do since it's taking too long to do the poll? Oh, wait. Never mind. It just approved. That was nice. It actually did it quickly. It was frozen for a while. Okay, we have the Lake Worth monster. We have the Red Mesa. We have the Puckwudgies. We have the Bell Witch. And we have the Ozarks Howler. And Brenda, they randomly do it sometimes for no reason. It's really stupid. All right, you can vote in the top left-hand corner. There is a blue box. And we have the Lake Worth monster. The Red Mesa. The Puckwudgies. The Bell Witch. And the Ozarks Howler. Who's it gonna be? Hello, Eric. Welcome in. You can vote in the blue box. It's just hidden under that stupid pink banner that keeps popping up because it's a design flaw of TikTok. And you can swipe out because Andrew needs to stop giving someone TikTok universes. Do you see how many are popping up right when I'm in the middle of doing my poll? But if you swipe out and swipe right back in, the poll pops up. Right, Matt? Sorry, you guys. There's nothing I can do about the banner. I tried already. No, Pink Whitney. Everyone can vote. It's up there. It's just always hiding behind that stupid pink banner that, oh no, Metro, you lost. Yeah, it's true, Michelle. It's true. It's literally like what? And the thing is they have the blue box for the polls and the super fan box, treasure box, both in that spot. And then they cover it up with the universe. Like, why would you do, like, whoever's designing this app has not used it, clearly, because that doesn't make any sense. All right, you guys, that was a close one. And the winner was the Red Mesa. Puckwudgies fought hard, though. Skrilla. And the other one's Tab in a Puzzle. Oh my god. Jagged Little Pill was my first real CD. My first CD was the Pocahontas soundtrack. And then my first like real CD that wasn't a Disney soundtrack was Jagged Little Pill. All right, you guys, I will be right back with the Tale of the Red Mesa. Hi, Grandma Mimsy. Oh, girl, gnarly, you thought I was younger? Oh, no. I'm 700 years old. I'm old. Jade said, don't say Pocahontas. Don't say Pocahontas. I love that. When does this sermon begin? Faye Nor, you're out of control and I love it. By the way, in case you guys didn't know, Faye Nor writes the most epic keyword sentences in the live, and they are so funny. Oh, you're 998? Oh, well, hello, Elder. Faye said who? Oh, you're right, Grandma Mimsy. I did have a birthday. I just am forever going to tell everybody I'm 700 years old. I'm actually way older than that. I just say 700. But Now you've known me long enough to notice that I still say 700. So thanks, Grandma. All that tells me is you'll deal with some serious... What, that I'm that old? No, honey. That just means, that's not what that means. That's not what that means. No, Lori, this isn't the new one. Yes, Valerie. It definitely doesn't have to do with karma. Because if it did, my God, I would not still be here. I am a Sagittarius. Oh, Ashes of Astar on YT just said, oh, hi, Halls. Said, I got into a fist fight yesterday with a ghost. I think he's coming back tonight, so I'm getting ready. Well, Ashes, best of luck to you. I hope you suck his spooky ass. And I gave my big 3 last night. I am a Sag, Sun, Gemini Moon, and Aries rising like Rihanna. More. Yeah, Jade, go get the details. Thank you. Go to YT and get the details from Ashes about the ghost fight. We need to hear about this. Lily, I love that you call me Lady Lore. It's so cute. Skrilla, how did you know? Wait a minute. How do you know about my thing with Tutankhamun? How do you know about that, Skrilla? Or did you just randomly mention that? Because that's quite the coincidence if you did. You didn't? That's so funny. I'll have to tell you about it. But I'll just tell you guys now. I am obsessed with my favorite, I would say my favorite crystal. It's not technically a crystal, but my favorite mystical material is called Libyan desert glass. It's rare. It's obviously from the Libyan desert. Thank you, Carmen. Thanks, Ange. Hi, Ange. Hi, Frenchies. Thank you for the manifesting. Oh, more corn. Anyway, and Tutankhamun, his sarcophagus, he specifically requested to have a scarab carved out of Libyan desert glass. Libyan desert glass is from a 29 million year old meteorite that crashed into the Libyan desert, and it's what's called a tektite, and it is glass that's created after a meteorite has smashed into sand. So it's incredibly rare material, incredibly beautiful. I'm obsessed with it. Thank you, Ange. I can't get enough of it. And Tutankhamun requested that on his sarcophagus he have a scarab carved out of Libyan desert glass in the middle of his chest plate, and he in fact does have that. So guess what your girl did? I definitely am such a nerd that I had custom scarabs carved out of Libyan desert glass for myself, and I have one that I wear as a necklace as well as a ring, and that's the kind of nerd I am. So yes, I do wear on my chest the same thing that Tutankhamun wears on his. Anyway, I'll be right back with a quick swig and then we'll start Red Mesa. I know, and I love it. I'm obsessed with it. I can't handle it. Frenchies, I love that galaxy globe. Oh my God, thank you so much. Skrill. The scarab. They used to have a scarab gift on TikTok and I loved it, and then they got rid of it and I was really sad. Jade, remember? Jade, do you remember my obsession with the scarab gift? Wait, what's the E word? You have Roman desert glass? How cool, Nikki. I've never even heard of that. I'm giving that a goog later. Frenchie, thanks for the night star window. That window reminds me of Peter Pan. Just in case anybody cared. Oh, Earth. Skrill. Oh my god, spooky, scary Sherry. Wouldn't that be so funny? She said she wonders if Tutankhamun in the afterlife is like, why is this lady copying me? Aw, Katie, thanks for being here. I'm so glad you're here. Beefy said maybe the real gift is the scarabs we found along the way. You guys are fools and I love it. I love it. But anyway, yes, his name is Tutankhamun, not Tut. They pronounced the abbreviation wrong. Just in case you guys care about that too. Probably not, but... And Ashes, you've got this. You've got this. You're gonna kick his ass, or maybe you could try to talk it out first and be like, yo, what's your problem? You're not even alive, dude. Like, maybe chill. Maybe it's time to chill out. You know? Because, like, what kind of a ghost fights people? Like, that's out of hand. He needs to take a chill pill. Thank you, Frenchie. And yes, Katie, all the time. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the Spectre of Red Mesa. Thank you, Lily. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Jade. I had been drawn to the desert for years. The way some people are drawn to storms or shipwrecks. Not for beauty exactly, but for the weight of history and the stories buried under the sand. The mesas in southeastern Arizona had always held that allure for me. The jagged cliffs, the rust-red stone, the way shadows stretched like fingers across the canyon floor at sunset. The town of Red Mesa itself was little more than a ghost town by the time I arrived. Once a bustling mining settlement in the late 1800s, it had been abandoned decades ago when the mines ran dry and water became scarce. There were still remnants of wooden shacks leaning drunkenly against the wind, and the skeletal remains of the smelter, and a corroded iron water tower that groaned whenever the desert wind swept through the canyon. Hi, Kendi. Thanks, cutie. I miss you. The locals called it haunted. When I drove into the parking area near the base of the mesa, the sun was low, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges. Thank you, Kendi. My plan was simple. Spend a few days documenting the old town and its surroundings for an article on desert ghost towns. I had maps, water, and a tent, but I didn't have an expectation of the unnatural. But the desert is patient. The first night was quiet, almost unbearably so. Thank you, Grandma Mimsy. There were no insects, no birds, only the wind through the cliffs and the occasional creak of old wood settling in the cold night air. I set up camp near what had been the main street, a wide swath of packed dirt, where wooden sidewalks had rotted into the sand. I kept a small fire going, mostly to keep warm, but also to mark a point of reference. And that was when I heard the first sound. A low wail rising and falling like wind through a bottle. I assumed it was the canyon air, whistling through fissures in the cliffs. But the tone was too deliberate. I carried a cadence almost like speech. I strained to hear, but the sound faded as quickly as it had arrived. I shook it off. The desert plays tricks on you, shapes shift. Rocks look like faces in the twilight. Still, I noted the location on my map, just north of the old smelter. The next day, I explored the northern end of the mesa. The smelter's ruins were eerie. A skeletal frame of iron beams standing against the sky. Brick chimneys cracked and leaning. Every surface was etched with rust, and the desert wind had carved the sand into rippling patterns around the base. I walked carefully, noting unstable footing, and the longer I stayed, the more I felt like eyes were on me. By late afternoon, I followed an old trail that led up the mesa's side. I was seeking the view from the top. As I climbed, the canyon below opened into a vast bowl of desert, tinged with the pink and gold of evening light. The wind came in sudden gusts, carrying with it a scent I couldn't identify. And that's when I heard it again. A whisper carried on the wind. I paused. The air felt heavier, charged, almost alive. And then the ground beneath me shifted. And that's when the storm hit suddenly. One moment the sky was fading into dusk, and the next it was alive with rolling clouds and a crack of lightning. And then rain fell in sheets, hammering the mesa, running in sudden rivulets that turned sand into sludge. The wind whipped my jacket around my body and flung dust and grit into my face. I had no shelter. The nearest overhang was a small crevice, just big enough to crouch under, but it offered little protection from the deluge. But I scrambled into it, pressing myself as tight as I could against that stone wall. My inadequate flashlight had been washed out by the rain, and I was forced to rely on the intermittent flashes of lightning. And that's when I first saw the figure. It was standing near the top of the mesa, silhouetted against a jagged peak. At first I thought it was a man, but its proportions were wrong. The storm seemed to swirl around it rather than against it, as if it were tethered to the desert itself. My teeth chattered from cold and fear, and lightning illuminated the figure again. Closer now. Not climbing, not walking, but it was gliding over the rock as though the ground itself repelled its feet. I huddled further into the crevice, praying that the storm would just pass. Hours passed, though time seemed irrelevant now. The rain finally slowed and then stopped, leaving the air electric and still. I emerged, shaking and wet, and I saw the mesa in a new light. A spectral silver blue illumination cast by a full moon that I hadn't realized had risen. The figure was gone, but the desert was there. I followed a trail that led me to the center of town. The remains of an old town hall. Here the stone foundation was cracked, doors long gone, and the roof had collapsed. And yet, as I approached, I felt a low vibration in the air, like the desert itself was humming. Inside the remains, I saw shadows. I could make out silhouettes of miners, women, and even children, all faded and translucent, their eyes glowing faintly amber. They were cleaning, sweeping, and carrying objects that no longer existed, moving in perfect repetition of long forgotten routines. And then the whispering returned, layered voices speaking in a language that I couldn't comprehend. The miners' wives had said it was Shoshone, words for wind, earth, sky, life, and death. And I realized that I had intruded on something sacred, a memory of a people long gone. I stepped back, fearing to disturb the ritual, and the largest shadow turned its head toward me. It had seen me. The next thunderclap shook the ruins, and the figures vanished. not sleep that night. I stayed alert, listening to the desert wind as it whispered through broken wood and stone. When dawn came, I packed what I could carry, and I made my way down the mesa. Every step felt heavier than the last, as if the desert itself were trying to keep me. Back in town, I visited a small museum in the next county over, and the curator showed me photographs of Red Mesa's mining days. Men and women smiling for the camera. And in one photo, I noticed, in the background, barely visible behind a group of miners, was a tall, narrow figure. Face obscured, but eyes amber and glowing faintly. And that's the tale of the Red Mesa. Really, Kim? I think I remember you saying that. You should go check it out. Justin, you're ridiculous. Hi, Sue. Welcome in, everybody. If you're new here, my name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore, and I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I am here every night from 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. Thank you for the follow, super cool amiga. Welcome to the porch. I do write and record all these stories myself. Hi, Thay. And you can listen to them whenever you want on my YT channel, as well as all of the podcast streaming sites. Just look for Porch Lore and you will find me. All the links are also in my bio on TT. Hi, Neat from Ohio. Thank you for the heart me. Hi, Jackson. Hi, Thay. And yes, Shannon, they do, actually. Sometimes people mention it, not always. But if you do ever notice, let me know. I love it when you guys do notice. Hi, H&B Paranormal. I'm good. How are you doing? Welcome in. Yes, and guess what, you guys? It's time for the news story. So give me a second to pull up the news story. And if you guys could do me a big favor, while I'm pulling that up, if you could hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner. Good night, Lauren. I love you. Sweet dreams. There is a yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow this beautiful porch. Also sharing your stories, sharing with your friends. It all helps so much. And thank you for all of the taps tonight. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. And thank you for all the adorable gifts as well. I'll be right back with the new story of the week and the newest cryptid to join the porch. Daniel-san, I miss you. I love you. I'll be right back. I just realized that the baby's cut off for some of you guys on your phones. Can you guys see the baby now? Okay, good. That's why I look at my live from 3 different devices, because I could just see on my one phone that depending on screen size, the baby wasn't showing up. And it's an important part of the story, so I know, right, Holly? I hate to ruin the important part of the story, but I had to ask, because if I didn't, then you guys wouldn't see it and it would kind of be ruined anyway. So, be right back. Quick swag. Get in bed, dead dog. Get in bed, dead dog. All right, everybody. This is the new story of the week, and it is a quite legendary cryptid. I would say most people who don't even know a lot about cryptids have heard of this one. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the chupacabra. Oh, Kendi, I'm so glad. Jade, I hope the boys are listening. I did this for them. These were requested by Jade's boys. They wanted chupacabra. They get it. Okay, Jade. Well, then when you have them this weekend, that you guys can watch it, okay? Or I'll read it to them live this weekend. Oh, I know, Robin. This is probably my most requested cryptid that I've gotten, aside from Dogman, which I find strange. But chupacabra is my most requested cryptid, so here you go, guys. Most people think they know what a chupacabra is. If you ask someone in the United States, they'll usually describe a hairless, dog-like creature with gray skin and glowing eyes. Sometimes they'll show you photographs of mangy coyotes that newspapers labeled as chupacabras 20 years ago. But that isn't the creature that terrified Puerto Rico, and that isn't the creature that launched one of the most explosive cryptid panics in modern history. And that isn't the creature that I went looking for. I became fascinated by the chupacabra because of how the story just suddenly appeared. Legends usually evolve slowly. Bigfoot stories can be traced back through generations of indigenous traditions, and lake monsters often have centuries of reported sightings. But the chupacabra seemed different. It exploded into public awareness almost overnight. In 1995, livestock across Puerto Rico began turning up dead under bizarre circumstances. Goats, chickens, rabbits, and other animals were found completely drained of blood. And witnesses described puncture wounds in the neck and chest, and there was surprisingly little blood on the scene. Then came the sightings. The original witnesses weren't describing a canine. They described something far more strange. A creature standing roughly 4 to 5 feet tall, dark gray skin, large eyes, spines running down its back, and long arms ending in clawed fingers. A body that moved, sometimes upright and sometimes hunched. People across Puerto Rico reported seeing the same thing. And the epicenter of the panic became the city of Canavenas. Hundreds of reports poured in, and the mayor at the time became so convinced that something was stalking the countryside that he organized searches. And whether those reports represented hysteria, misidentification, or something genuine remains heavily debated. Justin. Thank you, Songbird. Thank you, Daniel-san. But one thing is undeniable. The people reporting these encounters were terrified. The folklore itself became tangled with older traditions. Puerto Rico's cultural history is a blend of indigenous Taino heritage, Spanish influence, and African traditions carried by enslaved people. Long before the chupacabra name existed, stories already circulated about predatory night creatures lurking at the edges of settlements. Shape-shifting entities, forest spirits, blood-drinking monsters, guardians of places humans weren't meant to enter. The chupacabra may have been new, but the fear it awakened was ancient. And that was exactly why I booked the flight. I wanted to understand how a legend could emerge so quickly and yet feel so old. So I traveled to Puerto Rico, specifically Canavenas. I arrived during the wet season. The countryside was astonishingly beautiful. Rolling green hills, dense tropical forests, banana groves, mist-covered ridges. Everything felt alive. The humidity wrapped around me the moment I stepped outside the airport. By the time I reached Canavenas, my clothes already felt damp. I spent the first several days doing what I always do when researching folklore. I talked to people. Thank you, Metro. Farmers, local historians, park workers, longtime residents. Not everyone believed in the chupacabra, but even the skeptics treated the legend with a strange degree of respect. People laughed about it, but then lowered their voices. People dismissed it, but then they admitted that they avoided certain areas after dark. The reports all shared remarkable similarities. Most sightings occurred near heavily forested ravines, areas where visibility vanished after sunset. One elderly farmer described a region locals rarely entered after dark. Not because of the chupacabra specifically, but because strange things had happened there long before the chupacabra became famous. And that part caught my attention. In folklore, ancient legends often survive by attaching themselves to newer stories. And over time, people's interpretations of their experiences take different forms, and languages change. So I wondered if the chupacabra was merely the latest name for something much older. A week into my trip, I decided to explore one of those remote regions myself. The area sat several miles outside of town. A patchwork of overgrown fields, limestone outcroppings, and dense tropical forests. The terrain was rough, steep, wild. Exactly the sort of place where people could convince themselves they saw monsters. I parked near an abandoned farm and I started hiking. The property had clearly been deserted for years. Vines consumed the fences. Trees erupted through old foundations. Rusting machinery disappeared beneath vegetation. Everything felt suspended between civilization and wilderness. I spent most of the afternoon documenting the area, photographing old structures and taking notes. And nothing unusual happened, at least not initially. The first thing I noticed was the silence. The absence of expected sounds. The rainforest had been loud all day. Birds, insects, tree frogs. And then suddenly nothing. I stopped walking and the silence remained. My instincts began whispering, not panic, just an awareness. The same sensation hikers often describe before realizing they've wandered into a predator's territory. I looked around carefully. Nothing, just jungle. Dense green walls stretching in every direction. I continued forward and the silence followed. And then I found the goats. Three of them. Dead. Lying near the remains of a collapsed fence. At first glance, they appeared untouched. No obvious signs of a predator. No missing flesh, no scattered remains. But something about it seemed wrong. The bodies looked too clean. I approached cautiously. And there were wounds. Small punctures near the chest. Not dramatic, subtle. Almost surgical. I took photographs. The ground was hard and rocky in the area, so I didn't see any tracks from an animal. Whatever had killed them hadn't left any obvious evidence. I reminded myself that there could be rational explanations like disease or parasites. But then I heard movement. A brief rustling behind me. I turned immediately and there was nothing. Everything stood motionless. The feeling of being watched intensified. It wasn't my imagination. Every instinct in my body recognized it. Something was observing me. I slowly scanned the tree line, and then I saw it. At first glance, I thought it was a person crouching among the vegetation, which was honestly more horrifying. And then it moved. The creature unfolded from behind a cluster of palms. Its movement reminded me of both a primate and a large predator. It stood approximately 4 feet tall, maybe slightly taller, and its skin appeared dark gray. Not fur, skin. Tight against a lean frame. Its head was large, and its eyes reflected ambient light. And along its spine, rows of raised structures protruded from its back. Not exaggerated spikes like horror movies, more like ridges, organic, natural. The creature wasn't charging me or puffing up to appear threatening. It wasn't stalking me. It was just watching me, studying me. The intelligence in its gaze was what startled me the most. Predators usually look through you like you're just food. But the chupacabra looked at me like there was curiosity there, assessment, intelligence. I froze. Every survival instinct told me not to run. The creature tilted its head slightly, and then another movement to the side caught my eye. A second figure, smaller, partially concealed. Oh my God. There's 2 of them? The smaller one remained hidden among vegetation. Thank you, Daniel. And once it saw that I had noticed the smaller one, the larger one stepped forward. Only a few feet, but enough for me to see details. The limbs were long and the fingers ended in dark claws, and its chest expanded slowly with controlled breaths, like it was trying to catch its breath. Its skin bore old scars, crossing its body in pale lines. And for several seconds, neither of us moved. We just sat there, staring at each other. And then something happened that I still struggle to explain. The larger creature looked towards the goats, then looked at me, and then looked back over at the forest where the smaller one was hiding. A sequence, deliberate, an attempt to communicate with me, as though it understood exactly what I was documenting, and it wanted me to know why. I crouched down and I kneeled on one knee as an attempt to show that I meant no harm, that I wasn't a threat. And then I watched the creature let out a long, deep breath. A sigh of relief that made my heart break a little. The moment stretched out for what felt like an hour, and we just stared at each other in awe. And then the smaller creature made a brief clicking sound, and the larger one reacted instantly and leapt back into the trees. And just like that, they both vanished. Their movement was so fast and efficient that the jungle swallowed them almost immediately. And within seconds, they were gone. I stood there for several minutes unable to move, trying to process what had just happened to me. Eventually, I started to hike back toward my vehicle, and the walk felt much longer than the hike in. By the time I reached the road, daylight was fading rapidly. I drove back to town, my head spinning with more questions than answers. What did I encounter? I honestly don't know. Maybe an unknown animal? Maybe something folklore eventually wrapped itself around? Or maybe the legend exists because people occasionally stumble across something that doesn't fit neatly into our categories. But what I do know is this. The forests around Canavanas are older than the Chupacabra legend. And the fear attached to those places is older too. And long before newspapers printed the word Chupacabra, people were reporting strange encounters in those hills. Something inspired those stories, and something continues to inspire them today. And if you decide to explore those forests yourself, remember that not everything unknown is a threat. Thank you, Metro. And not every mystery wants to be solved. Some places simply want to be respected and left alone to exist without fear. I went looking for a legend, but what I found was a reminder that there are still corners of the world where creatures continue to evade their biggest threat, which is human entitlement and destruction. I don't know whether the Chupacabra is supernatural or merely an animal that science hasn't cataloged yet, but I can say this. I encountered something in that jungle that was just as scared of me as I was of it. And I realized the terrifying creatures that cryptids have warned their young about for centuries are humans. And that's the tale of the Chupacabra, the news story of the week. She said, "Sorry, I was just trying to teach my baby how to hunt, my bad." Yes, the most dangerous animal of all is the human. Thank you, Rochelle. I really like it too. She was like, "Yo, I don't want to fight you. As you can see by those dead goats over there, I was teaching the little one how to hunt. My bad, you had to stumble across this. Why don't we just pretend this never happened? Goodbye." Thank you, guys. Yes, I like this one. And the little baby's cute. She's like, because she's like, listen, because like she let out a relief when I kneeled. Like she was like, oh God, I don't have to fight to the death with this human, because she knows humans are bad. And she's got her baby there, and she was like, dude, please, let's just like be friends. Yeah, I like that one. It's the new one. Might be one of my new favorites. Good night, Lily. Sweet dreams. The baby's name is Choop Choop. That's adorable. Exactly, Lady Rose. Just like Bigfoot wants to be left alone. They just want us to leave them alone. Andrew, you're about to quit your job and go home? Why? Oh no. Are you okay? Yikes, Dawn. I'm glad you're here. Glad you made it to the right porch. Yeah, the lollipops, Tanisha. I know exactly. What that is. No, Kim. Absolutely not. Nick, I only read my own stories. And I have several about Alabama. Skrilla, wait, what were you going to freak out about? What were you going to freak out about? Wait, everything is thawed out and the bosses are not responding to your texts? Andrew, what happened? What happened? They shut the breaker for the freezer off? What? Andrew. Justin said, are the donuts okay? Talk ticks. What's Mama Sota? I don't know what that is. The Batman Returns? Oh, okay, thanks. Thank you, Jalen. And welcome in, everybody. If you're new here, my name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. Hi, Drew. Oh, that's okay, Talk Ticks. You're so cute. And no, but I am working on a Minnesota one. We're still waiting to hear back from Andrew in the comments on what's going on with the donuts. Hi, Whitney. Lady Rose, Andrew said he's about to quit his job and walk out because they turned off the breaker and he's there by himself to make the donuts and everything's thawed out in the freezer. And nobody's answering. Okay, love you, Jade. Sweet dreams. Good night. Yeah, donuts are the best. Donuts are amazing. Okay, you guys. I will do one more story. We'll do an extra story tonight. I'm going to set up the poll and we'll vote for one extra story. Be right back. Of course, Jade. I hope the boys like it. Love you. Okay, you guys, the poll is ready. And we have The Door in the Water, which is the Selkie story. We have The Overnight Delivery. We have The Last Summer Carnival. We have The Hitchhiker. And we have The Lake Worth Monster. And you can vote in the blue box in the top left-hand corner. And you can vote for more than one story. And you can vote up to 50 times, and you can vote for more than one story. Also, Andrew, take videos of everything and document what's going on. And Andrew, you cannot be blamed for this. Like, you're not going to be in trouble. So I would not suggest quitting your job. It's annoying and horrible to deal with, but it's not on you. And it's not your fault. You didn't turn off the breaker. You came in to make the donuts. Do not worry about it. Do not quit your job. Just take a deep breath. Hopefully someone will answer their phone soon and will guide you on what to do. But just take a deep breath and hang out with us until you hear from somebody who can guide you on what the hell to do. But don't quit your job. Take a deep breath and hang out with us. And wait until... I was an overnight reporter, and I had a couple of situations like that where I was on a story site and no one was answering, and I was like in danger and stuff. And I had a couple of situations where I almost quit my job too. But just take a deep breath. Skrilla. Just take a deep breath, because it's not your fault. Yeah, I know it sucks bad, Andrew, but it's not your fault, and it will be fixed. And whoever's fault it is, probably the manager, will be the one that has to deal with it. The best thing you can do is just chill with us and wait for somebody to respond. If you can't do your job, you showed up and you were not able to complete it, so just wait it out. And I'm sorry you're dealing with that. And I'm so sorry for all the donuts that are about to not be waiting go to waste. Because I love donuts. R.I.P. donuts. Alright, you guys. Oh, Holly, me too. I'm glad it does now, though. I know, Kim. We need to save the donuts. All right, you guys. And the winner is The Last Summer Carnival. Thank you, Denise. Thank you, Malu. And see, Skrilla, that's why we be a good balance. You'd already be out of there. I'm calm. But then there are times when, like, I need to be more petty. And you, perfect combo. You're worried about the muffins and bagels. And here's the thing, Andrew. That's because you care about your job. Okay? You know how many people wouldn't even give a shit? And I will tell you, this is one of those moments where you can't worry about the muffins and the bagels because it's not your responsibility. You showed up to do your job. You're not the one responsible for the muffins and the bagels not being frozen anymore. And so as much as you're worried about them, it's not your fault. And you cannot stress yourself with things that are above your pay grade. It's not your job to worry about the inventory of the muffins and the bagels. They don't pay you enough to do that, Andrew. Who said pouring out some milk for the donuts? Let me guess. Justin? Who said that? I knew it was Justin. I knew it was Justin before I could even find the comment. Justin's so funny. Thank you, Bo, for pointing that out because I missed that one. And Justin is so damn funny. Thank you, Christine. I appreciate it. You're laying on the floor with your mouth open. Okay, so the winner of the poll is the last summer carnival. So give me a second to pull that up, and I will be right back with the tale of the last summer carnival. Yes, Sherry, we just had a poll because I'm doing an extra story for you guys. Get it together, Sherry. Just kidding. Hi, Code Red. Thank you, Jules. I really do think that we've talked about donuts every single live. And then here I am, getting off the live, and I have no donuts. Good night, Sherry. Love you. UBE donuts? I don't think so. Are those the ones that in the famous pink box in LA, or no? Thank you, Mace, for the donuts. That was cute. Hi, Diamante. Thanks for the donut. Purple inside. Can you send me a picture, please? They're made of purple yam. I like that. Fun fact, did you guys know that yams and sweet potatoes are actually totally different? And there you go, Kim. I was just going to say, and that reminded me of, I've never heard of it called that, but yams are from Africa. And when Africans were enslaved and brought over here and they saw sweet potatoes, they were excited because they thought they were yams, like from Africa. So that is why a lot of times there's confusion in the United States on yams and sweet potatoes, and people are like, oh, it's the same thing. They're actually not the same thing, and most of what you see in the United States grocery store is in fact sweet potatoes, even if they label them yams. There are in fact yams, and they are actually a thing, but they're different and they're not as commonplace as sweet potatoes here. So just so you guys know. That term kind of became interchangeable in the United States to mean sweet potatoes, but they're actually two different plants. Skrilla. Yes, yams are delicious. I know, Jalen. I said it again, didn't I? Fun fact. Why do I always do that? I'm such a nerd. Fun fact. Fun fact, you guys. Like, Devin, none of the facts you have are fun. Like, what? It's not fun. It's just interesting. Fun fact, you guys. My name's Devin and I share a fun fact. Exactly, Rochelle. Just like that. Yes, exactly, Kim. They have a totally different texture. Yams are starchier and thicker. They're not as flaky as sweet potatoes. They are fun facts, right, Michelle? Devin's book of fun facts. That would be cool. Oh, you don't, Jalen? I'm sure I did. I say it all the time, and they always tease me for it. I thought you were just teasing me for it. Fun fact, bees are considered fish in California. What? They're very fun. Thanks, Holly. Oh my god, this is new. Now when I put my mouse over the stickers, you guys, on TikTok Studio, it makes them huge. Like I can see them. They're not tiny. Which is sweeter? Tanya, sweet potatoes are sweeter. Yams are a little less sweet. Fun fact, donuts are delicious. Fun fact, I go hard in the paint. Fun fact, you don't like me cuz your bitch most likely does. Jules said, ooh, burn. It's actually just T.I. It's a T.I. lyric. I love T.I. Formerly known as T.I.P. Fun fact merch. That's a good idea, Jessica. Just a cartoon me going, fun fact. That's so crazy, Lady Rose. Lady Rose said she can't, fun fact, I can't touch raw shellfish. It makes her hands itch and burn, but she can eat it. That's so random. I love that. Misbehaving, thank you for the Lady or Beauty and the Beast rose. Matt, skip you for what? Fun fact, I love this story. Thanks, Poodle. Hi, wonderful ghoul. Welcome in. By the way, I haven't stopped listening to Migos ever since Metro joined the live. I love Migos, but I hadn't listened to them in a while because I got really sad because obviously the death of one of them. And so I've been re-listening and revisiting to Migos, and just in case any of you guys haven't, you probably should. They're just such a joy. I just love them so much. They're such a joy. Ad Rice, this story is the last summer carnival. Hi, Maniac. I'm in the drop top Chevy with the roof wide open. My partner staring at me to see if my eyes open. 'Cause I've been drinking and I've been smoking, flying down 285, but I'm focused. My brain is literally like a rap encyclopedia. I am your yin. 'Cause I've been drinking and I've been smoking. That's how. Oh, thank you, Maniac. I appreciate it. Plus, I mean, I love me some T.I. Ask Kim. Every single night in her life, I yell at the top of my lungs, I'll take your cookies. I really do. Literally, every night in her life. Without fail. I will be late to this live. Ask her to do my I'll take your cookies shout out in the end of her life. Bo, I'm from North Carolina. Yeah, the 24th North Carolina remix. Yeah, how'd you know? How'd you know? Yeah, right, Matt? T.I.'s, I mean, let's be real. He's amazing. Thank you for the pony. Michelle, that was cute. Yes, Tolstoy, I'm doing an extra one. The slang. Aw, wait, what slang, Bo? Which one did I say that was North Carolina? Dev Southern Smoke. Southern Smoke. What would even this one's? What would he just be like? Whoa, this one's a banger. You guys know what I'm talking about. Oh my God, son. My slang's the same as your friend Madison's, and she's from North Carolina. Like, what? Tell me which slang I used. I only want to know because I try to do accents in like proper language when I write and stuff, and I want to make sure. Whoa, son. You remember those? This remix is fire, son. The voice pattern. Okay, yeah. That's a very good call. I am from North Carolina. Oh, fat bastard. Lady Rose, my friend, she's over on the Tea Witch, and she commented, guess what, Lady Rose? There's someone over here who also has the same thing with shellfish. Yeah, there it is, Leans. You got it. Damn, son, where'd you find this? Kim, you get it. Yeah. Damn, son, where'd you find this remix? Like, chopped and screwed. Like, I can't. Thank you, Leans. I am so unhinged. I mean, tell me, most of you guys in this live, 532 people, please tell me, most of you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Kim, I love it. Like there's not very many of you who are sitting. Are there any of you sitting there going, what the fuck is she talking about? Or are all of you guys like, oh my God, yeah, I remember. Because I'm always hoping there's not someone that's like, I have absolutely no idea what this weirdo is talking about. Diamante, I'm like this all the time. Kim says I'm screaming because I can imagine how weird I sound if you don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, EL3 has no idea. Thank you for being honest. Okay, well, there used to be mixtapes. Okay, I'll explain. In the early 2000s, there used to be mixtapes where they would do like remixes of like popular rap songs. But basically, I think it was a way to get them away from getting copyright dinged or something, but they would steal the music and then they'd put over the remix, "Damn son, where'd you get that?" And like it was basically like bootleg music. And yes, the Chopped and Screwed originated in Houston. You're absolutely correct. And so basically, it's a style of remix that started with bootlegging, and yeah, those remixes, yeah. And it was like the mix, they pissed all of us off. We all hated them. That's why I was like, because it was like this obnoxious voice yelled. And then what was so funny is DJ Khaled like kept that going in mainstream music, in case none of you guys noticed, remember? He'd be like, DJ Khaled! Like he was still doing his mixtape yelling. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Yeah, the LimeWire downloads, yep. So it was basically when they would bootleg music, they'd yell over it. And it was like our really cheap way of getting the songs. Except for we used to buy, this is how I grew up. We used to buy those mixtape CDs at a gas station that wasn't even a gas station. It was just like a mart, okay? And the mart sold single cigarettes, if that says anything. Oh, you have an EL? Okay, well, yeah, thanks for telling me. Now I hope I explained it okay. A DJ Khaled scream, but I know. You never know what to expect with me. Oh my God, I'm bear share. But yeah, no, not even a small town, just rough parts of town. Well, I didn't think they were rough, but they were considered. Oh my God, Bo, you're speaking my language. Flip, game over. God, that was the best. Oh my God, the Little Flip and Lil Wayne mixtapes. Come on. Yeah, I need to find mine too. So many good ones. From the corner store, exactly, Siren. Exactly. Yeah. They were so little. Game Over was Little Flip is like, man, those were I was riding high during those. I was feeling great. I was a top 10 kid. Pop, not rap. Oh yeah, okay, well that totally makes sense. Oh yeah, and it sounds like you're a little bit older, so you probably wouldn't have been experiencing that during that, and that totally makes sense. Oh my God, the big timers. Don't even get me started on big timers. Trying to get me started on Manny Fresh. I am Gemini King. Jackson, I could never forget Chingy. Never. Remember, Chingy, why your eyes so chinky? I don't know. Like, what? Oh my God, Siren, did we have the same youth? MD 2020, stop it. That's really hood, girl. That not a lot of people know, I feel like, the MD 2020. I'm impressed. Banana Red. Which one were you? I was a Banana Red girl. And we used to think that if you drink it in the shower, you'd totally get more drunk. Pretty sure that's not true, but we sure thought it was. Okay, I take it back. All you guys know about Mad Dog, I don't feel so bad anymore. Yeah, the hot tub drinking Tolstoy, is that a thing though? Because I've always just I feel like hot tubs and being that way are hand in hand. Like, how do you even know which one comes first? Oh my God, Hennessy and Hypnotic. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the last summer carnival. Right, Tao? That's the whole point, is it's for people who don't have money. And no, I won't check out your pussy. Ew, get out of my life. Goodbye. Thank you, Daniel. Aw, thanks, Pooh. I'm honored. I will say I'm always invited to the cookouts, but I'm still so white that I'm not going to eat the okra. I'm sorry. I am not a greens gal. But I don't even like broccoli, so like I'm like a child when it comes to cooked vegetables. Rochelle said when you said Hypnotic, I threw up a little in my mouth. Girl, that's how I feel about Jaeger bombs. Like I would literally have never had Red Bull by itself. I had only ever tasted Red Bull for the first time in my life. You're not eating the okra either, Kim? Okay. I can't handle the taste. I don't know why. I'm not a greens person. Maybe she was probably mad. Thanks, Pooh. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'd never had Red Bull except for with Jaeger bombs, and so my brain just associates it with that. I don't actually mind Fireball. Goldschlager, I don't know. Yeah, that's exactly it, Michelle. And I love the earth, but I don't want to taste it. And like certain things taste like grass. Yeah, Venus, me too. Sometimes spinach ravioli. That's exactly right. I'm like millennial drinking trauma for real, Stardust. Yeah, me too. Everybody has a history with Jaeger bombs, and it's probably not a good one. Uh-oh, Rachel's got a scar on her chin thanks to Goldschlager. I have a scar on my forehead thanks to Don Julio, 1942. Yeah. Oops. Me too, Pooh. I'm shots all the way, no mixed drinks. Like, you will never see me carry a cranberry vodka. Just give me a shot, and then I'll be back in half an hour. You woke up in a different country? That's phenomenal. I kind of love that. That's very Alexis of you. It's very Alexis Rose of you. Oh, you said county. I thought you said country. I was like, damn, I'm impressed. County's a lot easier to do. Country, I was going to be mildly impressed by that. It's like, damn, I've never done that. Add it to the list. Lean, that's how I am with tequila. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the last summer carnival. Siren, we definitely had the same youth. If you didn't wake up in a field of somewhere, were you even living? Lulu and I took the long way on purpose. It was late July, the kind of summer that felt endless and indulgent. When responsibilities loosened their grip and the road felt like an invitation. We were halfway through a road trip that had no strict itinerary. Just a vague plan to drive until we were tired and stop when something interesting presented itself. Windows down, heat humming off the asphalt. The car filled with that sun-baked smell of sunscreen. We were already a little lost when we saw the lights. They appeared suddenly just beyond a curve in the road. Bright and colorful against the encroaching dusk. Reds and yellows and whites blinking in patterns that felt almost rhythmic, like they were breathing. A Ferris wheel silhouette rose above the tree line, its spokes evenly rotating slow and steady. There was no sign announcing it, no banners or billboards advertising dates or prices. Just a narrow gravel turnout and the distant, unmistakable glow of a carnival. We hadn't seen another car in miles. It felt spontaneous and perfect in the way that only summer detours ever do. We pulled off without much discussion, gravel crunching under the tires, the heat of the day finally starting to break as the sun slipped lower. The air smelled like cut grass and warm dirt layered with something sweet drifting toward us like sugar and oil. Carnival music seemed to swell and fade, carried unevenly by the wind. The lights looked older up close, bulbs slightly clouded, wiring exposed in places where it probably shouldn't have been. Still, the place felt alive, busy. People moved between attractions, but not in a chaotic way that I associate with carnivals. There was an order to it, a flow that felt rehearsed. Everyone seemed to know where they were going. Lulu commented on how quiet it was, but I shrugged it off, thinking maybe it was just a small local thing that was winding down for the night. The ground beneath our feet was packed dirt instead of pavement, worn smooth by years of foot traffic. And I noticed there were no ticket booths at the entrance and no prices listed anywhere. So we wandered in, and the first game we passed involved glass bottles stacked impossibly high. The attendant stood motionless. The prizes hanging above were sun-faded stuffed animals, their smiles permanently stitched and their fur dulled from exposure. When someone stepped up to play, the attendant moved without the usual exaggerated gestures or any encouragement. And the bottles felt the same way every time. As we moved deeper, I started to notice more patterns that felt off in small, easy to dismiss ways. No one carried drinks or food, despite the smell of popcorn and fried dough lingering thick in the air. The rides operated continuously, never stopping completely. Their operators switching places seamlessly as if they had rehearsed the handoffs. Faces passed us again and again, familiar without being recognizable. Like we were circling through a limited cast. The Ferris wheel drew us in eventually. From below, the lights were almost hypnotic, rotating in slow, deliberate cycles. The ride operator gestured for us to step forward. The metal seat was warm, but not from the sun, from constant use. As we rose higher, the carnival spread out beneath us in a neat, glowing grid. Beyond its edge, the darkness pressed in thick and complete. There were no visible roads, no distant towns, no other lights anywhere on the horizon. At the top, the wheel slowed, lingering longer than I had expected. From that height, I noticed something unsettling. The carnival didn't cast shadows the way it should have. The lights illuminated surfaces, but the ground beneath people's feet remained evenly lit, flat and depthless. When we descended and stepped off, I felt a strange relief, like I had been holding my breath without realizing it. We wandered past a sideshow tent next, and its canvas was patched in yellow. Inside, displays lined the walls, telling stories through photographs and artifacts. Performers and workers were featured prominently, their names written beneath their images. Dates were included, but they didn't seem to follow a logical progression. Some spanned decades, others ended abruptly. And I noticed no one seemed to age between the photographs. Faces remained consistent. Lulu and I didn't say anything about it. It seemed like there was an unspoken understanding between us that we just needed to keep moving. Scroll. The longer we stayed, the more tired we felt. The place was leaching out all of our energy, and we both felt drained. Time felt stretched then. Yeah. I couldn't tell how long we'd been there. Only that the sky beyond the lights never fully darkened. It stayed the same. The carnival existed in its own suspended twilight. We passed a row of trailers near the back, and their paint was peeling. The steps were worn smooth. Laundry hung from the lines strung between them. Clothing faded and practical. And I realized then that I hadn't seen anyone leave the carnival. People arrived at attractions, moved between them, but never exited toward the road. And that was when I realized this place wasn't traveling. It wasn't temporary. In that moment, something shifted between us. The shared understanding that whatever this place was not safe. You guys. We turned back toward the entrance, moving faster now, trying not to draw attention. That was when I noticed the staff was watching us. Not overtly, just tracking our movements by subtle repositioning to keep an eye on us. The carnival music swelled, louder now. We started passing familiar attractions. It was almost like the layout of the carnival no longer made sense. Near the Ferris wheel, I saw a familiar face among the staff, someone I could have sworn we passed earlier as a guest. And their expression was serene and fixed. Their eyes glazed over like they were in a trance. That was when the realization finally started to sink in. The people working here weren't employees in the usual sense. They were retained, kept, recruited into permanence. The carnival didn't hire people. It claimed them. We broke into a run, pushing past bodies. When the exit appeared suddenly, the gravel path re-emerging like a lifeline. No one followed us beyond the edge, and the lights dimmed the moment we crossed back into the darkness and the music cut off mid-note. Matt. We reached the car breathless, with our hands shaking. The engine roared to life and I gunned it. As we pulled away, the glow of the carnival receded quickly, swallowed by trees and night as if it had never existed. We drove for miles after that in complete silence. Later, when the adrenaline faded and the pieces started to align, we realized the staff never aged. It wasn't a business, it was a waiting room. We never found that carnival again. No matter how much we searched, no maps or local records acknowledged that it ever existed. But sometimes in the height of the summer, when the night air smells like sugar and oil, I think about how close we came, and I wonder how many others saw those carnival lights and were never seen again. And that was the tale of the last summer carnival, and I had a very hard time getting through it because of you guys' hilarious stories. All right, you guys know what time it is. It's grilled cheese time. Also, Tao, that's a very controversial question. And I don't know if I can answer that when Justin's in the live. But if you understand anything about how gas and fire works, give that a quick Goog and then you might have your answer. How gas fires start versus, like a gasoline fire is very different than a fire where gas is in the air and you're the source of fire breathing. That's all I'm going to say to answer that question. No, he didn't survive. He totally died. It's purgatory and they're all ghosts. None of them are alive. Yes, he told her to leave before midnight, and then he went outside and proceeded to light a cigarette, and there was a gas leak. There was an explosion, like I say in the end. The entire place went up. So anybody in the parking lot, which would be Earl, not gonna make it. Not gonna make it. It was an explosion that leveled the entire diner. So the guy with the cigarette that started it from the gas literally is probably the first person to be caught on fire. Just saying. Sorry, guys. He's a ghost. They're all ghosts. Why are you bummed out, Pippa? How do you think gas fires start if he started it? There's no way he survived. It's not like a gasoline fire. The gas was in the air. If a person walked by holding a match, they would have literally blown up. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I told you, Tao. I told you it was a controversial question. I usually don't answer questions about the stories and I leave them vague. But since we do read this one every single night. Oh, you didn't know he started it, Pippa? Oh, okay. That's long-standing knowledge. We all know he started it. If you didn't know he started it, I could understand why you think, yeah. But then why would he be in the ghost diner if he survived 35 years ago? Do you know what I'm saying? If you think about it, guys, he's a ghost. Because how would he be in a ghost diner 35 years after he was there? I mean, yeah. But anyway, I usually don't specify clarification on my stories because I like them to be open to your own interpretation. But there's constantly questions about this one. And since I do read it every single night, I understand the curiosity. So I will clear it up. Earl didn't mean to. He's not a bad guy. It's actually very sad because he perished as well. He did not mean to, but they had a gas leak, which in fact would be the diner's fault, not Earl's fault. And he went outside to have a smoke before he got into his truck. And the rest is history. Dodo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Yeah, and that's the point, Shadow, is your imagination supposed to take over. You guys are supposed to use your imagination. It actually helps prevent Alzheimer's. Did you guys know that? So it's good to continue to use your imagination, and we don't really use it very much as adults. So I don't like to clarify because I want you guys to use your imagination. And it's good for your brain health. But in terms of this, I understand the question and I understand the intrigue, and there are a ton of questions about the story. So, yeah, exactly, Skrilla. The moral of the story is don't smoke. Thank you, Daniel-san. I'm so glad you're here. Tao, gas still really doesn't have a smell. But yes, it went up in 1974. Faye, yeah, you're fine. James, you have conspiracies on all my stories. I love that. We should start a channel on Discord just for like story conspiracies, because that would be hilarious. Jules, me too. I imagine there's more money in my bank account every day. I have such a good imagination. There's only a couple stories that I would consider doing a continuation of, and one of them obviously is the Mad Scientist, because yeah, siren, certain people can smell it, and so can I, but most people can't. And I didn't know that till I was like 18. But there's a few stories I would consider doing extension to. One would be, yeah, did you know that, Siren? Not everybody can smell it. Yeah, look it up. Give it a goog. There's only a certain percentage of people that can smell it. And then everybody else, it's like a silent killer. And I can smell it, and I've actually literally alerted people of it before. Good night, Faye. By the way, you can't call it fall off the porch when you just left for an hour. Fall off the porch means when you swipe out accidentally. You can smell it too, Skrilla? Yeah, siren. Yep. Maybe it's a siren thing. That's the one, Tao. That's the one I'm going to do an extension. I'm going to do a continuation of. Oh, they do, Michelle? That's interesting. I didn't know that. That's smart. You would think they would have probably done that a really long time ago, but... Oh, that's okay, Lore. Hi, Lore. I love your name. We are talking about gas, natural gas, the smell of it. And how I guess some people can smell it and some people can't. Yeah, I know that, Tao, and she was explaining to me what you were talking about the smell. Michelle was just clarifying, because I was like, I don't think it has a smell. She was clarifying that you said they add a smell. What about Tutankhamun? Cave gas? I don't know. It's a good question. Justin, you want to know a fun fact? Actually, damn it, I just said it again. Oh, okay, well, you want to know a fun fact? Yeah, probably sulfur, you're right, Faye. The smell of rain. Michelle. Yeah, there you go, JK. I was just going to say. The smell of rain actually has a name to it, and humans are... Me too. And guess what? Humans all love the smell of it. What are you sorry for, JK? I'm so glad you put it out. Thank you so much. Don't be sorry. I'm so glad you said it. The smell of rain is special to humans. Me too, Siren. Same way. Same. And other animals can't smell it as well as we can. It's like one of the only leg ups we have in the natural world anymore from other animals is we have an extraordinary sense of we can smell rain better than other animals. And it's that word that she just typed. I'm not going to butcher how to pronounce it. I can't remember. Petrichor or something, right? But Faye, you're hilarious. Justin, look at what Faye is so fun. Smell of Rain was my adult film name. But anyway, so yes. So the fact that you guys love the smell of rain is something we all love it. And it's very, very, very distinct, and we can all smell it. And other animals can smell it too, but we can smell it from like, yeah, Skrilla, me too. Merlin knows my emotions better than I do, for sure. The rain, we can smell it. All animals can smell it, but we can smell it from the farthest away. They can still smell, yeah, you're right. They can still smell it, but we can smell it further away. And that comes from us back in the day, probably survival mixed with needing to find fresh water. But I also maybe taking shelter from storms. We had to know ahead of time it was coming. I imagine that's an evolutionary trait. But yes, the smell of fresh cut grass was my favorite candle that ever existed at Bath & Body Works. It was called Fresh Cut Grass. And it was the best candle they ever made, aside from Flower Shop, which was also very good, and Holland Tulips. Anyway. Andrew, take a deep breath and calm down. You don't even mean that. It's like I have ESPN or something. I can always tell when it's gonna rain. West Kelowna, hello. Welcome in. You love when I get anthropological. Aw, that's so sweet. Thanks. It's like my passion, and I minored in it. And it does randomly come out, doesn't it? But because I find it fascinating the way like things have evolved over time through humans and culture. And I know you're frustrated, Andrew. That's why I giggled about it. Just take a deep breath. We love you. Yeah, I'm such a nerd. Yes. And in case you guys didn't know, I did minor in anthropology / which is archaeology in college. And I have been on several excavations, and I am actually a professionally trained archaeologist. I am not a working archaeologist, but I have an expertise in pre-Columbian lithic technology, which in normal terms means stone tools before white settlers came. The very, very old civilizations, stone tools, and how they progressed and changed technology-wise throughout the evolution of humans. Scrolla, Finna. I'm Finna, Major. I love it. You minor in anthropology too? I love it, Matt. Thank you, Tanya. Yes. But you know what they say, a jack of all trades is a master of none. I'm just interested in way too many things. So I kind of dabbled in a little bit of everything at this point, except for math. You will not ever see me mathing around. I hate math. Thank you, Siren, for the love you so much. And Sano, thank you for the hand hearts. Did I say fun fact again? Damn it. Justin majored in dance. It belongs in a museum. So yeah, I do look at a lot of things through an anthropological lens. So thanks for bringing that up. I appreciate you like that. Thank you. Because I'll tell you, a lot of people are like I feel like the lady from, like, they look at me like I'm the lady from Peanuts. Like, wah, 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 wah. Like a lot of people don't like that stuff. Ethereal, I like that. Thanks, that's really sweet. Well, I just am like ADHD, so I have like, oh, JK, I love that. Thank you. I'm glad that I could bring some fascinating information to you. I also am ADHD, so I just have this I hyperfixate on something till I mastered it. And then I'm like, okay, that was fun. Now next. And then I just like kind of put it away for a while. Like last summer it was watercoloring and I got like amazing at it. And then I just haven't done it in like over a year. And I don't really miss it anymore. It was fun. It was awesome. And I love the things I painted, but I'm not like whatevs. But like I'm just like, now I have that skill, and if I feel like doing it again sometime, I will, but hi, Jeff. Oh my God, I know, Skrilla. That's the worst part. I was just thinking that. I was just thinking that if you put it down too long, though, sometimes you aren't good at it anymore, and then you're like, God, and you have to like redo it, which is annoying. I have a lot like that. Like, I used to like be an expert in vintage glass. I know, again, super random, I know. And like over the years, I've noticed like I haven't looked into it, and I like forget the names now. And I'm like, oh, that's the maker. Shit. And like, it's so frustrating because I used to like know it off the top of my head, you know? The only one I've known forever is rocks. Crystal, like I've known those my whole life, but did I say that, Matt? God. Yeah, relearning is the worst part. I don't, Jeff. I don't. I do not. But people mention it almost every time I bring up this story. So I'm assuming it's probably a waitress in a diner. Just going off context clues. Oh, really, Matt? Okay. I was like, did I say it again? Oh my God, I'm out of control. Nope, Tanya, I'm about to start right now. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the night shift at Sycamore Diner. Good night, April. Sweet dreams. See you tomorrow. I'm not usually the kind of person who pulls over on back roads at night. Not unless I absolutely have to. Thank you, Poots, for your first gift ever. But that night, something about the storm, the long drive, and that growling pit in my stomach convinced me otherwise. I was hungry. It was late October, and I was headed back to campus after a weekend visit with my friends in North Carolina. I had a midterm on Monday, and my plan had been to drive straight through. 5 hours, no stops. But then came the rain. One of those cold, slanted, whispery rains that creeps into your bones and makes the windshield wipers sound like a heartbeat. I had taken the wrong exit trying to bypass traffic, and I ended up on a 2-lane back road, surrounded by nothing but pine trees and power lines. That's when I saw the neon sign. SYCAMRE Diner. The O in Sycamore was flickering like it hadn't worked right in years. But the rest was lit up in a cherry red neon. A tiny beacon in the middle of nowhere. I figured I'd grab a quick bite, maybe some coffee, check my map and get back on the highway. But I should have just kept driving. I should have known something was off the second I stepped inside. The bell over the door jingled, but not like a normal bell. It made this sharp metallic ping that echoed longer than it should have. The air inside was warm, almost too warm. And it smelled like grilled onions and pancake syrup. Thank you, Whitney. The place looked like it had been yanked straight from 1957. Checkerboard floor, red vinyl booths. A long counter with spinning stools. Even a jukebox in the corner that looked like it hadn't worked in decades. And the people, they all stopped and looked at me the second I walked in. Not in a rude way, just quiet, like they weren't expecting me. Like I had walked in the middle of a sentence that no one wanted to finish. A waitress, tall, with a beehive hairdo and a light blue uniform, smiled and waved me over. "You get caught in the rain, sweetheart," she said, handing me a laminated menu. I nodded, still trying to shake off that weird feeling. "Yeah, the highway's a mess." She chuckled and patted my shoulder. "Well, you're safe here. Sycamore's always open for travelers." I sat down at a corner booth, and the vinyl creaked. And I remember the jukebox shifted songs by itself and started playing some slow doo-wop ballad that I didn't recognize. I looked around, and everyone looked normal, sort of. There was a trucker with a thick gray beard, drinking coffee at the counter. A young couple whispering to each other in a booth by the jukebox. And an older woman stirring tea like she was lost in thought. But they all had the same look in their eyes, like they were there, but also somewhere else. Like they were watching me out of the corner of their eyes even when they were looking down. The waitress came back with coffee, strong, hot, and surprisingly good. And I ordered a grilled cheese with fries. Simple, safe. She wrote it down with one of those clicky pens and said, "Don't worry, it's on the house tonight." And that was my second red flag. No diner just gives food away. While I waited, I took out my phone to check the map. No signal, and I mean nothing. No bars, no Wi-Fi, not even GPS. Just a blank screen with a spinning wheel. I glanced out the foggy window and the storm was still going. But now the wind had picked up. I could see the power lines swaying like jump ropes in the dark. But the diner stayed perfectly lit, not even a flicker. The food came fast, too fast, like under 5 minutes. But it looked amazing. Golden bread, gooey cheese, crispy fries with a little metal cup of ketchup on the side. I mean, I've eaten at a lot of diners, greasy spoons, college joints, and roadside shacks. But this was hands down the best grilled cheese I've ever had. The fries were perfect, and the coffee never ran out. Every time I took a sip, it was somehow full again. I was halfway through the sandwich when the trucker got up to leave. He walked right past my table, nodded once, and whispered, "Don't stay past midnight." That's all he said. What? But he was already out the door. The waitress gave me a tight smile and walked over, collecting his empty mug. Old Earl, he's always saying weird stuff, just ignore him. But I couldn't. Something about his voice stuck with me. Something about the way he looked at me. Not like I was a customer, but like I was in danger. I checked the clock over the register. 11:42. I figured I had just enough time to finish my fries, grab the check, and head out. I still had at least 3 hours left on the road. But when I stood up, the lights flickered just once, and then again. And then everything in the diner stopped moving. The couple by the jukebox froze mid-sentence. The woman with the tea stopped stirring, her spoon hanging in midair. The waitress, her hand reached out for a mug, just stopped, like someone hit pause on the entire scene. I took a step back and the jukebox buzzed, glitched, and restarted a new track. I could still move, but no one else could. And then I heard it. Not music, not a storm, a voice. Not coming from anyone I could see, just a whisper that seemed to echo from the walls themselves. I backed toward the door, my heart hammering in my chest, and I turned the knob. Locked. Of course it was locked. I tried the windows, sealed shut. I started banging on the glass and shouting, but no one was outside. Just wind and rain and that flickering red sign. SYCAMRE. I turned back toward the dining room, and everyone was gone. Not frozen anymore, just gone. The booths were empty. No plates, no crumbs, no mugs. No sign that anyone had ever even been there at all, except for my plate. Still warm and still half eaten. And then I saw the waitress. She was standing by the kitchen doors, her silhouette backlit by flickering fluorescent light. Her face was wrong. The smile was the same, but her eyes were empty, black and endless, like someone had painted over them. "You shouldn't be here, honey," she said in that same cheerful voice. "Not yet." I stumbled back, knocking over a chair as she took one slow step toward me. "The others, they were waiting, but you just wandered in." She raised a hand and the walls began to shimmer. Literally shimmer. Like heat waves on asphalt. The checkered floor rippled and the red booths started to fade, becoming outlines and then shadows and then nothing. And then I saw it. Underneath the illusion, it was charred wood, cracked tile, broken beams, and black soot. Like the diner had burned down long ago. "Thank you, graveyard shift." I ran. I don't even remember how I got out. One second I was inside and the next I was on the side of the road, soaked to the bone and gasping for air. My car was still there, parked on gravel that didn't even look like a lot anymore. Just weeds and puddles. No neon sign, no glowing windows, just nothing. I drove back to campus that night in silence. No music, no Porch Lore podcast. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that red neon flicker back to life. Thank you, Skrilla. I didn't tell anyone, not for weeks. Not until I finally looked up Sycamore Diner on a local history site. And I found it. It burned to the ground in 1972. A gas leak. The whole place went up at midnight, and everyone inside was killed. 5 patrons, a waitress, and a cook. The photo in the article? Same checkerboard floor, same red booths, same neon sign. SYCAMORE. In the corner of the photo, that same waitress, smiling. I never took that back road again, and I don't even drive at night anymore if I can help it. And every time I see a neon diner sign, something in me flinches just a little. Because I know I was there, and I know I wasn't supposed to be. But the part that keeps me up sometimes, the part that really makes my stomach turn, that was the best damn grilled cheese I've ever had. And I didn't even pay for it. And that's the tale of the night shift at Sycamore Diner. Good night, Joker. Sweet dreams. See you tomorrow. And with that, we got an extra hour in tonight. I love you guys very much. I did that tonight because usually you guys make me do it on Tuesdays for some reason. And then Wednesday mornings are really rough. So I was like, if I do the extra hour on Monday, you guys won't talk me into Tuesday. Gotta break that pattern because Wednesdays have been rough. Yes, I love you guys. I love spending my evenings with you. Tao said we'll just have to see. Tao, I love your sense of humor. It's so dry and funny. Hi, Angela. Good night, you guys. Yeah, I appreciate you, Michelle. I love you guys. Sweet dreams. I hope you get some wonderful sleep. If not, head over to my YT channel and check out the Bedtime Stories playlist. And I will see you guys again tomorrow, same time, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And don't forget, stay spooky. Good night, Grandma Mimsy. Good night, Skrilla.